Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this, because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw. I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM, all the brand podcast and TV series. Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge and educate businesses about business. And I am your speaker for this. And I want to talk to you a little bit about building and leading a movement. Because before you can build a business and before you can build a brand, we have to build you. A big proponent of personal branding as a business development, right? So I use personal branding in order to create what also leads into other opportunities such as investment banking. Those are the three pillars as far as services for its clients: personal branding, banking, and all three work in concert with each other because I am leading a movement of business to be able to scale to the next. Established a goal, and I encourage you to do that. Establish a goal. What is the goal of your business? You know what? Okay, that's great. You want to be $1 million business. You want to be a $10 million business, but 5 or 6 figure business. What does that look like, and how do you understand that begins building with you? Any of that to take place, and you have to take an honest assessment. Land in the marketplace that you're looking to influence. This is very, very important. By understanding this, you know that, you know what, you may need a guy who has done it before, right? And then also look at the fact, what does that guy need? Usually you need some kind of framework and utilize this to help you to achieve your goal. So I want to achieve your goal as you are on this mission, achieve your financial goals. But not only that, do you have a purpose-driven? A lot of people, when they start out, like, yeah, I want to get 5 figures, I want to get 6 figures, I want to get. But what are we really saying about that? Because on the other end of being in a car or that type of thing, do you mean you're going somewhere? That is a vehicle. And this is where it comes down to the movement of what I'm talking about, the movement. What are you changing in society? What are you changing in the community? What is it that your business? It's a transformation of events, a transformation in lifestyle, someone else. How are you serving in a capacity for the client that you're looking to influence? That is a movement, right? They were successful. You start looking at, let's just take, very easy to understand that they just make burgers, right? They actually feed people, right? You go there to get what to do. They were able to do it in such an easy way. Ease of use is a that in many, many different types of environments and communities that they're in their community, that you could go there for breakfast, you can go there for lunch, you can go there for dinner, you can go there to have. When I was growing up, I used to want to go there because I wanted to see a clown where I wanted to eat. Like that. So there was an impact. What is the community impact that you have? But 5-star BDM, that's for brand development masters, right? And for you, so that you will have impact within the market that you're looking to influence. Important. You know, there's a why behind what you do. What is the purpose? Tune into your business story, your why. Why are you doing this? What is the purpose behind healthcare and in technology and finance for the purpose of the system as a whole? I believe this is very, very important. We have in certain ways to get better because there are in these types of and I want to change those gaps. So I work with a lot of people in healthcare and business components to that. So I can then lead a movement around that to make it a considerable change. These awards are community impact awards, movement awards, to then resonate within the community, and we want to recognize them for these achievements. Not just because somebody gave them to me, because of the impact, the movement that my environment. Very, very important. So, and I want you to understand the problem. So if you're running a business, I want you to create a business or have a business that solve this particular problem. Information around that. You have to have a problem that's worth solving. At least a $10,000 problem. But whatever your business is doing, a $10,000 problem for someone else, they might not feel it's worth them even. You're not solving a big enough problem. It's not a big enough financial impact for a change in what I'm doing. You remember this. Every business, every person driving down the road, if you're coming toward them with a different offer, it means they have to get off that road they're on. They have to take an exit and go onto your road. You have to be in the direction of the business that you're going into, right? So they're not going to just get off the road problem that's not giving them enough pain, or there's enough not a compelling story around that to make that change, right? And of course, if you're going down that road, and we find this a lot, one of the biggest problems I found with small businesses is that they're just not visible enough, right? You're not visible in the market that you're looking to influence. The visibility of value is very important. As I said earlier, are you solving at least a $10,000 problem for that individual or that company? The value that you're offering, What is the value to them? What is the cost associated with that? What is the financial metric that says that's a big problem? And if I solve this problem, I'm no longer going to have that financial burden. That's something that gets me, I'm starting to see your value. I'm getting visibility around what you're trying to influence. Very, very important. So if your message isn't reaching the right people, and this is what we find all the time. You're marketing, you have your different digital tools, you're displaying yourself, you're out there, but your message is not reaching the right people. The visibility of your value is lost. This is important. So we have to do some things around that. You might have what we call brand identity, but you've got to do your research around the market to understand, where are my people? Where is my tribe of individuals or companies that have the particular problem that I have a solution for, that has such a financial impact for them? I will have impact or in that community or what they're doing. Very important. And that leads to the next problem that we often find, and that is inconsistent leads. So everything I do is business development. Business development is all about really sales. And sales for a lot of people becomes like, oh my God, not selling. Selling is that thing that people try to avoid. But because their experience of what they call selling is not what I call selling. That's being annoying. And if you're annoying someone, you're not really selling. You're not helping them solve a problem. Because this is what happens. There's a misalignment in messaging between the seller, right, and the buyer, potential buyer. Meaning, if the buyer is not in the market to buy what you're selling, there's misalignment. If you sell cars, for instance, and you approach somebody about selling the car that already has a car or has a car in good working order, or it's a brand new car, if you're trying to sell them another car, that's not going to go very well, right? You're going to be annoying them because they're not in the market for buying a vehicle. They just aren't. Be nice to be aware of you, like, hey, maybe one day that comes around, but that it's not something. If you try to hard sell that person, you're going to be annoyed. It's like trying to offer food to someone who just sat down and ate an entire buffet. It's not like your food is something wrong with it. It's probably very delicious, but I'm already full of what I have. There's a misalignment. You have misalignment in your messaging, and you're trying to present a product or service to individuals that really do not have a need or a perceived need for your product or service. There's misalignment. So your messaging is lost. It doesn't mean you don't have a good product. It doesn't mean you don't have a good service. It's just not the product or service for them at the time in which you delivered your message. Very, very important to understand that, because that is how your lead funnel, that or potential people who potentially could buy your product or service, becomes thinner and diluted over time. So your job is to find those individuals who have an immediate or at least a future need for what you are presenting as a solution. And again, this has to be at least a $10,000 problem or greater to get their attention, so that your visibility of value is very apparent. So they will listen to you. The other thing you need to understand when you're doing this is that the client has options. And because they have options, that means you're not the only person that's out there. Now you got to start looking at what it is that you do from a product or service standpoint. Are you in the commodity zone, right? Are you in a specialization zone? Because the more specialized you are, the better that you are in the perception of the mind of the person that has the problem. This is when you start to really get into what I call branding. It is the perception of the client or the buyer's mindset about what it is that you have. What does that look like? And if you can influence the buyer's perception of your product or your service from a aspect of visibility of value for what you're doing, now you are developing lead generation. someone actually needs your product or service and they see that they need it, they understand that they need it, and then now they're starting to understand, okay, I have this problem, what are my options? And if you are starting to have your in your sales process and your messaging in a way that's consistent, that you are a thought leader in your field, that you have specialization in the problem that you solve, right? You're starting to become ahead of your competition already, because they will do research. Anyone would. If you're going to, let's say someone comes, you have home, that in your home that you have a problem with roofing. Let's just say it's roofing, right? And of course, roofing typically is going to be a $10,000 problem or more. Now, there's a lot of people that do roofs, right? But you don't want to just spend $10,000 or more with just anybody. You need someone who has specialization. And if you've been marketing in the way that makes sense, you're not just trying to sell a $10,000 roof to this person or repair or whatever it may be, right? You're showing that you have expertise. You're showing that you have a track record. You have proof of work, proof of concept. This is seen in your marketing. This is seen in your messaging. This is starting, it's gotten his or hers attention. And they begin to say, okay, this person has solved this problem for a number of different people. Now I'm very interested. You become like, you're not just, maybe you can solve the problem. You become someone that I'm pretty sure this person is competent in what they're doing. And I will probably give them a shot, especially if you have referrals around that they find of value, right? Someone that they know, they like, and they trust says, hey, Grant McGaw, 5-star BDM, if I was a roofer, does great work. Here's the proof of their work. Look what they did for me. Referrals are fantastic, right? That's why you have video testimonials of your work. You begin to show, demonstrate your, not only what you say you can do, but actually that you've done it, right? That makes sense. So now your lead generation becomes more full, it becomes more powerful, right? And then you start looking at, how can I scale this? Because if you want to scale to a 5, 6, 7, 8-figure business, you have to have a formula for doing that. And then it all starts again. You have to have the visibility of value, but then you have to demonstrate value, right? And then as that is done, word of mouth will help you grow for sure. But then you start doing your marketing around that same aspect of what I said, because there's other people that have this problem. And if you're marketing in the field of people or businesses that have that particular problem, the probability of success exponentially will rise. I like fishing, for instance, right? I love fishing, like to go out fishing, right? Marketing is very, very much like fishing, meaning you've got to have a tool, that's my fishing pole. You've got to have something that attracts the fish, right? The magnet, they call it a lead magnet. That could be live bait, could be a lure, something that the fish finds, oh, that's something I want to consume. That's the value that you have there. However, the lake is a pretty big pool. And if you don't know where the fish are, where they routinely hang out, you're going to be, hard pressed to catch some fish. The other thing is, what kind of fish might be there? So if you're out there fishing in a certain way with, let's just say, artificial lures, I'm just going to say that out there, and in a world that the fish that are there eat live bait, you're not going to catch much, right? The same thing. If you're marketing in a pool of individuals that don't see value in what you're bringing to the table, you're not going to catch much. You have to do your research and understand where the likelihood of where your market of the people that need your services are located, right? And you can do your research on companies that are already doing 8, 7, 6, 5-figure business in those areas. You say, whoa, where does that business get their money from, right? For me, I would look at a successful branding agency, a successful marketing agency, a successful business development agency, right? Look at them like, wow, these people are doing $10 million, $20 million, $50, $100 million. Where are their clients coming from? Who do they do business with? And I look at that like, they do business with these people here. This is where they're at. And then I start looking even deeper research. What gap is in there? Where are they not at? What are they not providing for those particular people? And I start looking at research. I start looking at reputation. I start looking at Others that say they consume their product or their service, but they didn't get the right amount of service that they felt for their money. This is important to understand these things, because that becomes now a gap. And if I design my messaging around that gap, I provide this, they don't, I'm going to have a greater likelihood of getting business from that same pool in which they're fishing in. Very, very important. Now you begin to understand the difference between marketing and branding, right? Branding is the vision, the visual identity that you have about yourself and your business. Marketing is the self-promotion of that. That's actually going out, the activity that you're doing, right? That's out there. It's very, very important. And also understand branding of itself is not how you particularly think about your product or service. It's how the target market sees your product or service. You must put yourself in the mind of that of your target market, and understanding of how they truly see your product or service, not how you see it. You're going to see it as most likely the greatest thing since sliced bread. Most likely they're not going to see it that way. They're going to see it their own way. And the more that you really truthfully see how they see your business, the adjustments that you can truly make, because you have to be valuable in the mind of your target audience. That's true branding. And when you've done that, now you can do it effectively. And then I would deploy a business, you must have some type of framework. I have a framework. I have a patented framework. I have a trademark around my framework. That's the BRAVE framework. Why do I do that? Why do you need an actual trademark in that world, or a copyright in that world? Because it becomes intellectual property. When it's your intellectual property, it's something that you own. You have ownership around that. That gives you specialization, and it gives you value, especially when somebody is evaluating your business. What is that business worth? They're going to ask you, what is your intellectual property? What do you truly own? And if you own the system that you operate in, right, now you are looked upon as being very, very credible, and something that is valuable, and something I can utilize. The BRAVE framework is my intellectual property. It stands for boldness, resilience, authenticity, vision, and execution in the world of personal branding, business development, and also investment banking for a particular reason. I need to take you through this process in order for you to gain the outcome that you're looking for. Grant, I need to develop my particular brand. I am unknown in the market in which I'm looking to influence. Grant, I'm known in my market, but I don't have business coming. I don't understand the business development process. I need help with sales. I need someone that can help me to develop opportunities in which I can fulfill. Very important. We're going to work through the BRAVE framework of boldness, resilience, authenticity, vision, and execution. This is very important to understand, because in the boldness world, that means you're going to claim your lane and you're going to speak up. Many people just don't do this. You have great opportunity now with digital marketing to get in front of your ideal client. There's no reason not to do that. It costs you nothing but your time. But if you don't know how to claim your lane and you don't know how to speak up, it's going to be a problem, especially as we escalate through an AI and contextual world on the internet. This is context-aware internet. That is what AI is. It's aware of you. How are you aware of what's going on? Very, very important. And can you be resilient in this world? Be consistent in this world? Can you keep going when everyone else is gone away? You've got to go out there and run your race. Most businesses fail, not because their product or service was something wrong with it. They just give up. They stop before the visibility of value and the influence of the market that they're trying to penetrate actually takes hold. And they misunderstand the timing that it takes to do that. A lot of people look for get rich quick. It's going to happen in 3 to 6 months. It's going to happen in 3 to 6 years. Most likely 3 to 6 years is probably about right. You have to do your research in this area to understand where you're at and how you're going to get to where you're going to go, and approximately how much time it's going to take to get there. If you were in a car and you're going to drive, just say to Miami, Florida, right? For where I'm at right now in Omaha, Nebraska, I know it's 1,500 miles. It's 24 hours. Even if I start going at 100 miles an hour and don't get caught, it's going to at least take me at best 15 hours. So when you start thinking about these things, how long is it going to take to get to your target revenue objective? How long is it going to take to get there, and be realistic about that? Do your research around that. Look at other companies and how long did it take them. That's going to help you to settle down and relax. It's okay. I know it's going to take at best 3 to 5 years. Let me just be consistent in what I'm doing, be resilient in what I'm doing, and understand that my formula, my framework is absolutely going to get me there. Meaning the vehicle that I have will definitely drive me down to Miami in within 25 hours because it's very, very solid. I know that it's not going to have too many mechanical problems. In order to get there, I have enough resources to fuel it to get to where I want to go. You need to understand the resources that you need to achieve your goal. It's part of that R in that resilience world and the research world and what you are doing, right? And being authentic about that. Because if you're not authentic, if you're not seeing things realistically, you're building your story based on something that is not real, that is nonfiction or fictional, I would say, that's a problem, right? You got to build your story for who you are, your personal story for where you're at, not a script. This is real talk, real activity. If you are an expert in your field, we need to tell that story. If you're not an expert in your field, you need to gain the skills to achieve your goal. This is why we do a skills gap analysis. Understand what your skill set is and understand the skills that you need to acquire. And you need to acquire those skill sets, right? That's why you go to school. You go to school to acquire a knowledge, a skill set. Mainly a skill set is when you actually apply the knowledge, applied knowledge, right? Very, very important to do that because you got to get to that next level, which is your vision. And understand it's different when you're the technical person doing the work and then the person that's actually driving the car and actually can see ahead. That's just when you start to think like a CEO and not a freelancer. You're not doing this as a hobby. You're actually doing it. You're first a solopreneur, and then you arrive at being an entrepreneur, and then you arrive at actually running a company. Think like a CEO. Understand the stories of CEOs. Actually do your research around it. How did these people get to where they're at? When you look at stories like Bezos, people look, oh, Bezos, Bezos, he just got married. Well, his business lost money for like 10 to 20 years before Amazon actually took hold and began to actually impact influence the retail market at such scale of what the is at now. But man, if somebody would have told you, yeah, you're going to become a multi-billionaire, but before that, you're going to lose money for 10 to 20 years. You're like, wow, can I actually sustain something like that? It's very, very important to understand the journey that you're on and the vision that you have, because you're going to have to sell that vision to your potential investors, people that are investing in you, whether it's friends or family at first. You have to bootstrap what you're doing, getting investors, and then again, getting back to the intellectual property and then understanding your brand story in order to understand and bring that to the table with someone who's potentially likes what you do and may invest resources in what you have so that you can then execute. All these things I'm talking about are so important in the process of what I call the BRAVE framework, right? And I help you to understand these things up front so you know that the journey that you're on and why this is so important. In my particular case, what makes me different, but you have to have a differentiation strategy, a communication strategy is so important, is I use AI personal branding. I am utilizing AI, artificial intelligence. Understand what I'm saying? How do I use AI? I use it for refinement, and I use it for automation, and I use it for amplification. I'm not using it for replacement. I think this is such a misnomer these days. They talk about AI is just taking jobs. It's reshaping the job market. That is 100% true. But we should be looking at how can I use AI not for replacing just all my workers, but how do I amplify them? How do I refine them? How do I take automation and take some of the granular stuff off the table and enable my greatest asset that I have, which is human capital? I'll take a human mind over a artificial mind every day of the week, because that is a very powerful tool, if you want to, so to speak. The human capital is the biggest investment that a company has. Why would you want to get rid of that? You want to enhance it. You want to amplify it. You want to refine it. You want it to get the best that you can out of it, not to just replace it. Because the number one thing, who's going to buy your product or service? The machines? It's ridiculous. So start thinking about these things in real time and how these things will really work, how they're going to scale, right? And then in my world, I not only take you through a brand assessment, I take you through a skills gap analysis, I take you through a brave blueprint strategy that you can then implement. And then I have a podcast visibility engine. So I'm not going to just show you how to do these things or talk about doing these things. Then we're going to actually do it. We're going to actually put you out in the world to make you more visible. And now you're ready to tell your story, right? So you're not just posting, you're not just putting things out there. You have a very fine-tuned process in which you're working through for the foreseeable future until you reach your desired state. So my brave blueprint strategy is for 18 months to 3 years of implementation that you're going to do, right? This is very, very important to understand your real story and the real talk about these things. It's very important to get to how do I build my brand and then maintain my brand and execute my brand to be living in your mission and purpose every single day. Very, very important. So when you start looking at 5-star BDM, you don't just see a digital marketing service. No, those things I use as tools. These are the tools that I use, the podcast, the TV show. I'm building out your brand in real time, not just for myself, but for yourself to understand these tool sets. I've been in information technology for 25 years. This is the best time. I've never seen such a moment in history in which you can level up from a competitive standpoint if you just utilize the tools at hand today to be able to scale to such a magnitude of scope that's never been done today. I'm going to hire people that are AI enabled. When I sit down and talk to a potential employee, I want to understand their AI footprint. How do you utilize tools? What does that look like? How would you automate this particular function or job responsibility that I have? And that I understand what your skill set is in that area, then I'm going to hire you to absolutely do that. Because I don't need to hire 50 people. I need to hire 5 AI-enabled people in marketing, in engineering, in finance, and operations. And I will scale tenfold quicker than I ever would if I just did it the old school way. Understand what I'm talking about. You need to understand today how to utilize these tool sets and how they apply to you individually to understand your origin story. Understand your focused offer in your field. Understand the right tools so that you join a movement of a technically enabled mindset to help you to achieve your desired state. So if you want to contact me and you want to know how I can work with you, I can offer you a free assessment. Go to my website, 5starbdm.com right now. Look up either personal branding, business development. There's a quiz right there. There's a questionnaire. Fill it out. It's going to help you to get clarity and focus off the bat about what it is you're trying to accomplish. This is absolutely free. Then you'll schedule an appointment with me and we'll go over it together, right? This is the best half hour you're going to spend in your business life cycle, because you're going to get greater clarity about what it is you're trying to accomplish through a framework that I have, that is the brand blueprint strategy and the brave framework. Very, very important how you're going to be able to get to where you want to go. So I want you to go to 5starbdm, that's the number 5, that's STARBDM.com. www.blackbusinessexpo.com. Take the assessment itself. Then book an appointment with me. You'll talk to me live, right? And we'll have a conversation about how you can achieve your goals. So you don't have to be stuck and you'll be wondering why. And you're just trying to do different marketing tricks to achieve your goal of lead generation and business development. And there is a process, just like if you're going to call my number, you're going to call Grant up, you have to have the exact sequence of numbers in order to reach me. If any one of those numbers are out of sequence, you will not reach me. If any of the things that you're trying to do are out of sequence, you will not reach your desired state. These are facts. This is not something I just made up. Nothing, no marketing ploy there. There's no marketing tactic there. There's no marketing strategies there. If you do not know the phone number or the exact process to reach your desired market that you're looking to influence, you will not influence that market. It's as simple as that. So I wanted to bring these things up today because it's so important to understand these things. And I want to appreciate the Black Business Expo for bringing me on and having me as the business moderator for today. And the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. And students, you may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that is on the screen below. You see that right there to the left or right of me, depending on where you're at. And then you can scan that Cash App and it's $BBX USA. Our goal is to provide laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can also register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so please donate to the scholarship fund and help students to achieve their dreams. And special thanks to our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2025. And they include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, 5-Star BDM, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN. Reach a targeted audience and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential. Where business is broadcast live. Where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
Are you searching for a website that truly reflects your mission and vision? The 5-star BDM website services portfolio, led by Grant McGaw, transforms ideas into impactful digital platforms for personal brands, nonprofits, and small businesses. Each project in our portfolio tells a unique story. From JADICC, a infection control expert organization with professional polish, to Ekaba World Community, a dynamic hub for events and memberships, and Pink Lotus Project, empowering women with donation and program features, every site is crafted using our Brave branding framework and mobile-first development. Our portfolio is more than a gallery. It highlights project context, purpose, and measurable outcomes. We demonstrate brand consistency, strategic user experience, and deliver results that build trust and drive engagement. A world-class portfolio proves capability, sets you apart from competitors, and positions you as an authority. It is your most trusted sales tool and reputation asset. Ready for a website that leads with purpose? Book a discovery consultation or request a brand audit today.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize. Because everyone's a fan of something, and everyone has a fan base.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S.-African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, Let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Your story is powerful. Your brand is valuable. Your business deserves to be seen, heard, and followed. The Black Business Olympics has given you the stage, showcasing Black entrepreneurs speaking on stage, networking, and leading their businesses. Now, let's take your business even further. With the Black Business Olympics logo and clips of past events and inspiring speakers, we celebrate the power of visibility and the impact of your unique story. Introducing 5-Star BDM's exclusive video creation services designed to transform your Black Business Olympics appearance into a powerful marketing tool. Our dynamic approach includes behind-the-scenes shots of video editing, branding consultations, and social media marketing. We take your business story and turn it into a high-impact video that attracts clients, builds trust, and opens doors to new business opportunities. With polished content, testimonials, and high-energy graphics, your brand will shine brighter than ever. Our process is simple and effective. Step 1. We extract the best moments from your Black Business Olympics speech. Step 2. We craft a compelling branded video with your business details, call to action, and testimonials. Step 3. You receive ready-to-share professional content for social media, websites, and email marketing. With our AI-enhanced video marketing strategies, your message reaches the right audience at the right time, so your business grows while you lead. Hear from successful entrepreneurs who have worked with 5-Star BDM. After working with 5-Star BDM, my brand awareness skyrocketed. My Black Business Olympics talk became my #1 lead generator. The video they created gave me the confidence to pitch my business to major investors. Game-changing service. These testimonials showcase the transformative power of our services and the success that follows. Your business is your legacy. Your story matters. Let's make it unforgettable. Use your videos to land deals, grow your online presence, and dominate your industry. The message is clear. Get your custom video today. Visit 5starbdm.com. 5-Star BDM. We build 5-star brands that people will follow. Are you ready to be next? Email Black Business Network for your special pricing.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Welcome, everybody, to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow Brand podcast. and TV series. I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And it is my honor to introduce a true powerhouse of innovation, resilience, and entrepreneurial excellence, Tamika James, a master educator, transformational coach, and trailblazing business leader. Tamika built her legacy from the salon chair to the global stage. She is the creative mind behind groundbreaking hair techniques like the detachable swan weave. I'm going to say that is a detachable sewn weave, the McCanny weaving technique. These are all new concepts to me. And the roll in sew. These tools that have empowered thousands of stylists worldwide to elevate their craft and their businesses. She's a published author, a motivational speaker, and Educator of the Year award honoree. Tamika has trained stylists around the United States, Canada, Europe, and the Caribbean, equipping them not only with technical skills, but the business mindset to thrive. And today she leads as a business strategist and founder of the PSO coaching framework. She helps entrepreneurs plan, strategize, and organize for real success through her techniques, the CTJ 360 photo booth. She's redefining how brands acquire or capture their stories and build visibility at her events and their events as well. Tamika James is proof that when you step out from behind the chair with vision and courage, you don't just build a business, you build a movement. So I'd like to welcome Tamika James to the Black Business Network. How are you doing?
Oh, great morning. I am doing amazing this morning. How about yourself?
I'm doing amazing. I am doing amazing. You have been doing some amazing work. I mean, I was going through your bio and your whole stylist history is amazing. You've done some things that are unique, that you've made some, I would say, intellectual property around. These are your particular things you've done. First, give us a little bit about your history. Just kind of walk us through that world in which you were doing styling, but then you pivoted into what you're doing today.
Yeah, since I was 12 years old, I started doing hair. I loved seeing people happy. I loved creating, and it started from then. So I did everyone's hair, people that were in my house, people, my teachers, everyone in the neighborhood. And as the years went on, my beauty career, it just kept exploding. I realized that the skills that I had, that I needed to share them with the world. So I immediately started educating, especially once I opened my first salon. And it just was up from there, you know. So I realized that the techniques that I created needed to be on video because I couldn't be everywhere all the time sharing that information. So at some point, I ended up having 40 instructional DVDs. And it's funny because I was just in my garage cleaning out some things and I still have them. Then I moved into the digital world and started doing digital education. So there were 100 some odd instructional videos that I created by the end of my beauty career. So I just kept advancing according to what was going on in the world. Yeah, so that was my beauty career. I was behind the chair and I just kept creating as a result of being a stylist in the day-to-day, realizing what my clients actually needed because they basically were losing their hair. So I had to figure out something. Yeah.
Well, you figured it out. And I'm just, first of all, I'm proud of you that at a young age that you discovered entrepreneurship, how to make your own money. You're a 12, you know, and I think, you know, people don't realize, like in the world of, you know, if you're a beautician, you're a barber, you're your own business person. I think you learn that pretty quickly, that you got to run your own business. You are responsible and accountable for your own chair your own book of business, so to speak, right? How did that teach you finance at an early age, and how are you utilizing those same techniques today?
I had to keep track of money. I had to pay attention to what I was doing, basically. So I will share that when I was in high school, I went to a technical career center. So it it wasn't a regular high school. So I went to college when I was in high school because of the program that they had available. I took up computer technology. I was in a business program. So I learned things in business from at that point. Yeah, so I had a little bit of a background before I even left high school. I remember learning Excel. Do you remember? Well, Excel is still here, but it used to be called Lotus 123, I believe.
It was at one
Yeah.
point, or they walked them out, but that became the platform. Yes.
So yeah, I learned using spreadsheets back then. So those are ways to keep track of things. So it was already under my belt by the time I left high school. And everything that I've ever learned, I feel like I'm just constantly building and building on yesterday's information.
Well, you also did something in your early career that I find remarkable, that you began to, or you recognized that you had some intellectual property. You were doing something so unique that you packaged it and you sold it. You know, this detachable weave, these weaving methods that you said they were DVDs, but these are your things. Now, did you know at the time that you were creating assets, business assets for yourself?
Oh, I guess a little bit. I was in it, and all I knew was that I couldn't be everywhere all the time, and I had to capture it on video. So truly, it was my first thought. My first thought was I have to capture it on video. So did I know the impact it would have and all of all about intellectual property at the time? At first, I didn't know, and then I realized, and then I went into patenting the technique. So yes, at some point, I woke up, boom, okay, let's do this the right way.
Well, that was very smart. I mean, I'm applauding you again. I just spoke about an hour ago or so on these very things that you just did naturally. That you learned some things. Obviously, you got some education, but you applied the knowledge. You were applying these things at an early time. You're talking about DVDs. Like people like, DVD. What is she? She doesn't even look that old. What is she talking about, a DVD? But you were doing these things, and you were teaching other stylists around the world through your DVDs and the things you're doing. I think this might have been prior to YouTube even coming out, right?
Yeah.
And you're doing this. I think this is important. So I want to ask you, what if you learned something, like was there one universal lesson about the success that you learned from teaching so many people that you like to share with us?
Well, the universal lesson would be you can't be everywhere all the time. I think that's my main thing, because so when I did my first session of training other stylists, I literally went door knocking, and I ended up getting 13 stylists to take a class on the technique that I created. And I finished that class and I was like, oh my gosh, this was so beautiful, but it was only 13 people. So how do I share this with the world? And another universal lesson for me was that I wanted to figure out how I could make money in my sleep. So I think I would say that that's even bigger. I was a stylist behind the chair. I was servicing a client that was in front of me, but the money that I made, the income didn't go any further than the client in my chair. So I said to myself, how can I make money in my sleep? So a camera is extremely important. It was back then, it is today. Recording as much as possible, having that available to use later, being able to sell a video that is, once again, an intellectual property, but something that allows you to not have to speak over and over again. And people run from the camera all the time, and I wish that they would stop it. It is your best friend. It allowed me to teach another stylist that was when I was sitting there and I realized that this was big, was when I got an order from another country. It was in the middle of the night, just like I wanted it. And an order came through. and it was another country. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is happening worldwide.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No. See, that's that aha moment. That's that pivotal moment where you have an idea, you have a strategy, you implement the strategy. You're not 100% sure, it's gonna work the way you want it, but then it worked, and you're like, this is a whole new. You don't even know these people. They're like in a whole. I mean, that's got to be this exciting, and then you're like, you know what? Let's do this some more. So this is the thing. Now I met you about, I'm going to say maybe it was 5 years ago or something like that. And when we met, you were doing what you're doing now. And this was just, you were just trying it out. I think it was the first time I actually saw the photo booth. You had the 360 photo booth. And it was at a really nice party we were having. It's like, wow, this is really cool. But what I saw with that, and it was so slick, I was like, wow. She is getting contact information. She's getting phone numbers. She's getting email addresses, and then she's sending them out the clips on 360 photo booth. But now she's building clientele. She's building her email list. This is a fact. Someone said, like, how do you know that you're growing? What's the one metric that you have in your business that you know that you have something great? This is for a lot of digital marketers. Some people realize, some people don't. It's how your email list is growing. And if you're growing your email list and you're growing new people that are coming into your world, now you have more in your lead generation funnel that you can begin to offer services. You were doing that naturally. Tell us more about this business that you have I think you started in Miami because you made this pivot from stylist to now, media mogul. To talk to us about that.
Yeah, it was a transition that I knew I needed to do something new, but I could not have imagined what it would have turned into. I can't say that I would have imagined. So yes, I purchased a 360 booth a few days before New Year's Eve, and I took it to the New Year's Eve party. For the first time, I opened it up and set it up at the party. Guys, there was no additional setup. It was just research on what I needed to do, and I went for it. And yes, when people are on the 360 booth, they're entering either their phone number or their email to receive this video. So fast forward, things started blowing up with this 360 booth. And then I looked at what I actually had, which was, once again, the ability to collect contact information. So now I do lead with that with some of the companies that bring me in. We are lead generation. We're literally able to capture leads at their events. And we only share the leads with the clients that we are working with, so it doesn't go any further. And yes, I have been asked, can someone purchase the leads that we're capturing? And no, my integrity won't allow me to do that. So I realized the technology that I actually had, and then moved into being able to do other things. Now, I won't go too far because I know you'll probably lead me into the other part of the business. But yes, okay. I did. Yeah, I don't want to go too far because this is your interview, Grant.
No. We're educating people.
Okay.
And I love, there's a commercial that played with Margie McLean, like, people, we're in different cities, different things. If you share what's working for you, we're not competing with each other. This is important information on how you can actually start and grow a business. You are a textbook in that. I watched it myself. I didn't even realize till you just said that was the very first time that you opened it up. And it was, this is the 360. It was new. It was very new at the time. I forget year it was year 21 or 22 or something like that. And it was amazing because you had moved. That's another thing. You had moved from New Jersey down to Florida. You didn't know a lot of people. So you didn't have this ready-made, book of business there. You networked. You got busy early, and you began to create workshops. You began to create opportunity for yourself. And here you are today. I'm like, and I'm a tutor horn just a little bit. She goes to premier events with millionaires and does these types of things and and be able to showcase them. So the reason why I say that, because there's one thing we did together, you invited me to it down in Miami, was that I think it was kind of like a content creation studio. People could come in, learn how to create content, learn how to get in front of the camera, learn how to pitch your product or your service. I want you to talk to us a little bit about that and why that's so important for businesses today.
Oh my gosh, Grant, you're making me think about so many things. Oh, wow. So I did start this thing where people would come in and create content together, because the real deal is that most people don't have anyone to hold their camera for them. They don't have community in regards to creating that content. Like, people are alone. So I created the content creation opportunity for togetherness. All right. Now, outside of that, what can I say about that? I created an event surrounding creating content. Then I looked at exactly what I have, and I'm able to capture content in sessions for people. So that's another thing. People bring me in just to capture content for them for an hour or 2 hours. So there's a whole business surrounding content, even though I started a 360 photo booth business. Like, oh my gosh. Yeah. And you also mentioned premier events. One of the things I want to share is that when I first started my business, I remember this flyer that I made, and it said that I work with upscale events, business conferences, and business conferences. So I determined who my audience would be, even when I didn't have the audience originally. So we have to set our intentions for who we want to work with, how we want to be seen. And it makes a big difference, because if I just said I'm just doing parties, that's what I would have been doing. So yeah, you're right. I've been at on yachts doing events. I also set an intention for that as well. One day I said, I'm going to do events on yachts. I'm going to. And then, boom.
And that's because you have drive, and you deliver results that are fantastic. The other thing I really like what you're doing. Now, we talked earlier, you're doing stylish, you're in the beautician world, right? And then now you're in this content creation world, and you're doing a lot with video creation. But you brought them together. You would then go to these large conferences where they're doing stylists and things of that nature, and you're actually bringing your business to them in what you're doing today. That is remarkable. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Okay, so I do come from the beauty industry, and I understand the conferences. I understand the hairstylist that's on stage that is an educator that has no one to capture their content. They also don't have video footage. They don't have pictures. They also don't have anything branded to them. Then when they finish this session, they don't have anyone talking about them. No one's there to say, how was the class? What did you think about it? And capture that on video for them to use to, number one, share with their audience to say how amazing the session was, and also to get them their next booking. Your next booking stands within how well you did the last time. Who cares? Did anyone even like or love what you were doing? Were you actually there? Social proof. Did it really happen? So the first time that I did this, I went to my own audience. I did a conference at a beauty conference, the Bronner Brothers. This is a place where there's over 100 some odd classes per day. So I went straight to my own audience, and I contacted the stylists who were educators. Hey, would you like for me to cover your session? So we did this in Atlanta, then did it in New Orleans at the trade show. So the largest amount of classes that we covered was 17 at one trade show. I solicited help from some that were already in the state. So here's what I had to do. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of my strategy. I created videos to help the people that were in the city that I was going to understand what I needed. So I couldn't go there and cover 17 sessions myself. I was also a speaker on stage as well. So I created videos to help them to understand what they needed to do to capture the footage, the pictures, the videos, and the testimonies. So they got their tutorials before I came in town. I had a few quick meetings. I set up some back-end systems so everyone could see who booked, where they should be, and their contact info for the educator. And then I flew into town, gave them their equipment, and let them go. We did 17 sessions, covered 17 sessions.
That is so smart.
At the end, all of the educators received a copy of their link, which led to their own personal content that we captured. So they were instantly able to post right after the event was over. They got their testimonies, their content. So yeah, that was one of the projects that we completed. So, rinse and repeat at this point, doing it for more conferences at this point.
Well, there's another thing I really admire about you, and I talked about it in my session before, is that what I would call you are AI enabled. You are technically savvy. There's a couple of things that Tamika does that I implore our especially our solopreneurs to be able to do. She as you heard her just tell a story, how she expanded her reach. How can I use more? How do I get more with less? How do I do that, right? And use technology to do that. I mean, we would go out to certain locations. She would have these mobile. She would be mobile. She would have mobile a studio with her. It was fantastic how she would do these things. She's also savvy about social media and how to understand social media, how to expand your reach and create business development utilizing AI tools. Talk to us a little bit about, first of all, not just the tools themselves, but the hesitancy that you see from other business owners, whether they're career or they're in their business, about utilizing these tools. And then you've got to then help them to understand how this is a benefit.
Yeah, I think people are still afraid of the technology that we have. And it should definitely be the opposite. Don't be afraid of it, because it literally helps you to be in places where you're not. It helps you to create content that maybe you would not have been able to create with your face on camera. So AI allows us to be able to create things that look really good without us actually being on the forefront. So businesses have to understand this. So they left me a space to teach them. I've done a conference. I've done an online conference, which was the AI, and I did it for the beauty industry, and others joined as well. But I did an AI conference for beautypreneurs to help them to understand what they weren't using. And we did this over the course of a few days online. So they joined me. I showed them different types of softwares to use, the techniques to use, the things to keep them from being so afraid. This is a space, so that's a whole business in itself. And, if I wanted to, I could just stop and just teach AI all day. So, yeah.
Well, you're always evolving, and I've watched you evolve and change and more. We're both part of the ACABA network for Black professionals in the Miami area. Matter of fact, I introduced you to that network, and look at how you've just taken it to a whole another level. If someone has never heard of your business and you say, "Wow, BTJ Photo Booth 360, what is that?" How would you explain your business to them?
Okay. How would I explain my business? But before I do that, I have to say, you just made a comment about, you introduced me to ICABA. And I have to say thank you so much, because one connection leads to another, which leads to another and another. And I have to tell you, thank you for connecting me. So ever since I've worked with Broward County, I've done so many different things as a result of the one connection that you made, which was you connecting me to the founder of ICABA. So kudos to you for, just saying a quick word, Tamika, I want to make this connection, and actually doing it. And that's what we do for each other. So thank you. So what is CTJ 360? I've been really contemplating, should I change the name of the business? Because it encompasses so many different things. So the official name of the company is CTJ 360 Photo Booth. So we are a photo booth company that has all sorts of equipment. We have the 360, the camera that goes around you and does the video. We have the selfie booth, which is for people to go to the booth, hit the button, take their own photos, and text them to themselves. Then we also have roaming photography, where I send team members into events to do event coverage, where we capture video snippets up to 1 minute with branding on top. Whoever we're working with, they give us their logo. It's on the videos. Then we also do pictures at the event of people and pictures of the things that are happening at the event. And within that same service, we also do testimonies. So I call it a textimony, because we interview people at the event. The attendees, ask them how they felt about it, who they are. We let them do biz promos, and we text those over to them so that they can be the arms and legs on the branding and marketing for the company that we're working with. So events really shouldn't happen without us being present, because the event host generally doesn't have anyone doing this. And even when they have someone capturing pictures and videos, they're not branded and they're not shareable to the audience. So one of the things that we do on occasion when we're able to at an event, we'll take a group photo of people at the event, and it has the logo on top. And then we ask everyone to open their AirDrop or to give us their phone numbers, and we text them the branded photo of the group. So organizations should leave space for us to do this at the end of their event, because people love to share their group photo to say, I was at this event. It was amazing. Look at all the people that are here. And people love to be associated to others. So if they're in a photo with these, high level folks, they're excited about it and they're going to share. So we help companies, organizations, which is who we really work with, to expand their reach immediately. So we just did an event the other day and with ICABA, and I interviewed one of the members. Immediately, they received a copy of their video, and 5 minutes later, it was on social media. And this is how it works. So if people who organize events don't want to wait for the content to be put out to the world, use your audience to do so. You never know if you have one person at your event that actually has this huge audience. They post the event and people are like, where is this? What is this? What happened? Yeah, you never know.
What you said there, I want people to step back and realize this. I see it all the time. You go to an event and there's photographers everywhere, right? And then somebody's taking video everywhere. And you wonder, like, well, what did that picture look like? What did I look like on video? And you won't see it for like 2 weeks, a month later, you're like, and by time, this is so important. By the time you then finally, see that content, the energy and momentum is gone. Like, oh yeah, I kind of remember that. It's like looking at old pictures, from last year. Like, oh yeah. But you're not really in it. It's not like the wow moment, the power moment is gone. What you're doing is so important because it's real time. You want to be as close to the event itself when you're streaming live, like we're doing right now, when you're getting your content out there, because then people, they're really into immediate gratification, right? So now you see it, and you're like, wow, how did you do that? And then immediately, oh, Tamika James, CTJ Photo Booth, I want them at my event. Now you've got immediate marketing that's occurring, and then you just got like, hey, how do I handle all this funnel? And you got to do all these things. So I like what you did there. Ease of use is an important key differentiator in business. How easy is it to use, and how easy is it for me to get the immediate result, right? I think that's so key and so important. Like I saw some of the videos that you did with some of our common people, and I'm like, wow, oh yeah. I wasn't directly at the event, but I could see, I felt like I was at the event. Like, yeah, that was great. So I love what you do. You're also an author. See, I'm going back to content again, because I think I don't want anyone to sleep on this. We are in what we call the content economy. Being able to create your own content not someone else's. Your own content is what I call top of funnel. That gets people aware of who you are and what you do. And then to begin to consider you for different things, right? And then you can get to a point where they're actually doing business with you, right? Very, very important. You are right there creating content, whether you're an author, you're a videographer, you're a photographer, you have a major skill set in helping small businesses to actually utilize different tool sets when it comes to these video generation tools. How do you see yourself?
How do I see myself? Oh man, you put all of that together and it's all so true. Uh, it's interesting that you asked me, how do I see myself? It's crazy. I'm going to downgrade it. I'm just a regular old girl who just loves all
right, right. Skip that.
Every day I learn something new and I utilize it to propel myself and my business forward. So I take what I learned yesterday and just keep adding it on. It is what we call an entrepreneur at heart. So that's who I am. I'm an entrepreneur that understands that all of these components are things that have to be present when you're in business. So today, it's 2025. Should you exist in business without having your website, without having content, which is videos and pictures to showcase that you're actually still in action? Should you be in existence without having email systems, text message systems? Should you be in existence without any of these things? Absolutely not. So I am one that is educating myself consistently on what do we need so that we can get to the next level. Another thing is utilizing social media for me is super important, not just when we just say content. So you have the content, but what do you do with it? Mm-hmm. It has to be out there in the universe for people to see. So I get business from posting something that showcased what I did yesterday to my audience of people that know more people that need what I've been doing. So there's a little share button. People can share it to another person. Hey, look at what she did. This is for you. There are times when I prompt people to say, can you share this with others? So it's like thinking of and being strategic in doing every single thing. And speaking of, who am I and what do I do? I'm thinking of something that I just did just yesterday. I sent out a text message blast. So I do these events, and guess what? My audience is always at the events that I'm doing. My audience is a business owner that may be hosting an event or may need visibility for their business. So I serviced an audience of entrepreneurs, and I sent them a simple text message to say, hey, we're going to come out to your business and do a quick interview. So I do interviews as well. That's another thing of who am I? Who am I? Yeah. So I sent out a text message and it's a blast because wait a minute. So do you know how I called my assistant and I said, hey, I'm going to have you to make phone calls to this audience to ask them if they want this particular service. And then I said, wait, I'm just going to send a text blast. So I sent the text blast ahead of her making the phone calls. And just a few minutes before I got on this call, I got a response back, Tamika, yes, I'd like to do the thing, right? So now when my assistant calls them, they can just follow up and finish it up, close everything because of a text message blast that went ahead of us. So I'm paying attention to the tools that we need, the things that are helping to have the reach instead of making these phone calls one at a time. Like, no, we'll make follow up, but no. Yeah. So.
Now, what you said there, it's an old school way of doing things. I talked about earlier, you have to understand the sequence. Just like if you're going to call somebody, you have to have the exact number. If you don't have the exact number, you're not going to reach them. How are you reaching people today? It's like you can't just simply email someone. You can't just simply call them on the phone, especially if they don't know who you are. When you make content, they become more aware of who you are and what you do before you even make actual physical contact with them. Then you start utilizing, because email and phone calls, they're just tools. Like you said, you went knocking on doors, 13 people. Those are all tools to make an offer to a potential client, right? And that's all it is. And then now he's like, hey, I've got all this content here. I've got all these emails. I've got phone numbers. The number one way that people are connecting today is through their mobile device. And if you've got their mobile number, not their business number, you got to have their mobile number. You got their mobile number. It's almost like remember, I'm dating myself. Everybody remember the red phone. You know, the red phone was like that's the backline phone. You get that's like, if you got that number, you got the direct line to the person himself. You're not going through assistants, let's say. You're not going through the front door. You're going through the back door. That means you must be somebody to have this number, and you got directly to me. But if you're going to utilize that phone, it's got to be important. You can't just blast them with anything because you're like, hey, if you utilize it, then I'm going to block you. I'm going to do other things because you're bothering me. You're not bringing value. If you're going to do that, bring value. You brought value to them. Hey, I'm going to interview you. And I think you made another key point. People don't understand how to use or deliver content. So maybe they need to hire somebody to do that. Hey, I need to come on, do an interview for me, film me, get me ready, package this for me, because this is not what I do. I'm an accountant. I know how to, do numbers. That's my thing. But then let me do my thing for you, and then it's going to grow what you're doing. So I want to thank you again for being on the Black Business Network, because I think what you're doing is so important. And I just see you blowing up over and over again. And this is great. So before we leave, you've got to tell us how to contact you, right? So we can get more people to engage with your services.
So the website is ctj360photobooth.com. The phone number is 954-444-7888. Instagram is ctj360photobooth.com. Not .com, my gosh. Just CTJ360 Photo Booth. And one more thing that I just created maybe 2.5 months ago is on Instagram, CTJ360 Interviews. So we interview anywhere from 10 to 100 people at every event that we do. So now, and they're pretty much entrepreneurs, people in business. They state who they are. So what we do now is slowly we post those interviews. So it's a place where the people that we've been interviewing at the events can get additional visibility. And who knows if one day this is going to become some sort of a directory of businesses where people are watching them say who they are, what they do for 30 seconds to a minute long. And we just post them. So, it's a great way to connect. And sometimes what we do is we do a collaboration post. So those who have their own page, of course, collaborate this post. We collaborated with them. So now the people that are watching that particular video is my audience plus their audience. So the collaboration is one of the things that we're doing. And also that thing I just told you about, that's what we're going to do when we interview them. We're doing collaboration. So we're going to share audiences. I know I'm supposed to tell you my contact info, but I just thought about that as well.
No, these all are important things. We need to understand your business and why you do it and why it's important for others. You have done that. I think you have definitely hit the mark there. I want to thank you for being on the Black Business Network. Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side. Take care. All right. That was wonderful, 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 wonderful to hear from her. Remember, again, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that's right on the screen below, and that is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So please donate to the scholarship fund to help students achieve their dreams. I want to have special thanks for our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2025. And they include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, 5-Star BDM, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red. And I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, you know, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, you know, CMET was there for myself, and, you know, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun. In the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own?
Hi, I'm Linda Peavy, owner of LaPav Consulting. My passion is to place your organization on the path to excellence. Are you struggling to communicate your message, reach target audiences, or secure funding? From marketing communications to grant writing, we achieve your goals. We've worked with high-profile clients and have secured $17 million in funding for charter schools and nonprofits. Call today to discuss what your success looks like and how LaPav Consulting can help.
A better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated...
Hi, I'm Linda Peavy, owner of LaPav Consulting. My passion is to place your organization on the path to excellence. Are you struggling to communicate your message, reach target audiences, or secure funding? From marketing communications to grant writing, we achieve your goals. We've worked with high-profile clients and have secured $17 million in funding for charter schools and nonprofits. Call today to discuss what your success looks like and how LaPav Consulting can help.
Producers, directors, I met designers, and then everybody says, oh, this is my 6th year and oh, this is my 4th year coming.
Shout out to New York. We're in New York in like 7 hours.
Oh my gosh, yes, we have a 6:58 flight, so.
We gotta go home. We gotta go.
We gotta go.
Let me tell you something, every single person that's come through the store has spoke so highly of you, and what a great event this is, yes.
I'm representing DJ Darryl, who is a platinum producer. He did the hit track for Tupac Shakur, Keep Your Head Up, Snoop Dogg, Keisha Cole.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black business network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform,
business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Okay, here we go. Hi, good afternoon, business and entrepreneurs from all over the world. My name is Dr. Stephanie Ardrey. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business and network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers that have been featured from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, you are in for a treat. I am going to be conducting a fireside chat with Dr. Lotus Ritchie. Dr. Lotus Ritchie is a dynamic CEO, international speaker, and best-selling author and certified life coach committed to igniting personal and professional development and transformation worldwide. As the CEO of Lotus Ritchie Ignites and co-founder of the Women Reach Out with God initiative in Nigeria, she is a global civility ambassador and advocate for meaningful change. We'll have to dig into the meaningful change because change management is something, okay? With certifications in trauma intervention, DISC training, suicide prevention, Dr. Lotus empowers individuals to discover their gifts and reach their highest potential. Her expertise in technology, social media marketing, and video creation equips entrepreneurs to build thriving businesses while elevating their brands. A Guinness World Record holder and ordained elder, Dr. Lotus combines innovation, compassion, and strategic vision to inspire success across industries. So you are in for a treat as she and I join in on this particular conversation. So please, without any further ado, welcome Dr. Lotus Ritchie to the stage. Hey, doctor, how you doing today?
I am so well. If I were any better, I'd tell two of you the same thing that I would be telling two of me. How you doing today?
I'm wonderful. Well, I'm so excited and looking forward to sharing this conversation with you. It's great and it's informative. But a couple things that I noticed in your bio that I think are really key. I shared a comment. This time of the year is really a time of the year that people struggle with a lot of things. And one of the things that I caught was your suicide prevention work, as well as helping people heal from trauma. So although we're going to get into a certain set of questions, I just want to kind of briefly touch on maybe your thoughts about how we might encourage someone who's struggling during this season.
One of the first things that I would say, Dr. Audrey, is that it's very important to understand that this season is one of the highest seasons throughout the year where people suicide. Oftentimes we have Thanksgiving celebrations, we have Christmas celebrations, and then we have New Year's celebrations. And a lot of times families come together. And oftentimes you don't know what your individual family member is facing when they're not in the family setting. And so then they go away to their own private lives after the big celebrations, and then they're by themselves. Now, not just your family. What about your coworkers? Your coworkers also face the same thing. We often have a lot of company celebrations, and they're just wonderful, and it's great to be in the midst of everyone. But oftentimes they go home, many of which live alone. And so any type of stress that they're facing, anxiety, and or feelings of abandonment, they're left to deal with them by themselves. In addition to that, don't think for one moment just because you live in a household with someone that they're not experiencing stress, anxiety, and sometimes they're feeling feelings of abandonment as well. Why? Because they're not coming together as a whole, as a family. Too many of us, we get home after a long day's work, or many of us are working home and we're working in an isolated environment, like we have offices within our homes. So we're isolated. But we need to remember that isolation is not the key. Check on that person who you might think is living alone, or even if they have a busy day and they're doing so much for so many, they may need to know that you love them and that you care. So Dr. Audrey, one of the first things I would say is make sure you truly connect. It's got to be about more than that, just connecting on these major days. After this holiday is over, call them. Go by and visit these folks that you saw or did not see at events, and keep the joy of the season alive all year round.
Oh, absolutely. Well, thank you so much. And I think that's a perfect segue into the opening of our conversation. So tell me a little bit more. What inspired you in the beginning to start Lotus Ritchie Ignites, and what does the company represent to you?
The Lotus Ritchie Ignites Corporation was actually created after I spent a couple of years working in Japan with the Department of Defense servicing our military personnel, and I'm a Navy woman myself as well. And so it was really a great honor for me to be working with the Department of Defense, working with people who had substance use disorders and mental illness. And what I learned while I was over there was that people just needed to ignite their lives and ignite their business. So when my time in Japan was over, I came back to the United States, and I'll never forget this. I was having a conversation with the bishop, the pastor rather, but now the bishop, Bishop Sandra. And what I talked to her about was, she said, Dr. Lotus, what do you want for your business? And it wasn't Dr. Ben, right? But she said, what do you want for your business? Because I said, I have to start my business here. I've already had coaching clients in Japan that I was working with, but I needed to do something here in the United States to help people. And she said, what does your business stand for? And so, of course, I had such passion for my purpose. And I said, Dr. Brooks, I want to have a business that helps people to dig deep down inside of themselves and bring out all the wonderful things about themselves that they are purposed to have in this world, and share this with people. I want them to be able to ignite and take flight in every area of their life. And so Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Consulting, also Lotus Ritchie Ignites, took flight. And that's how it got started. And since then, I've been working with Fortune 500 corporations, celebrities, non-celebrities, people all around the world, helping to coach them with transformative strategies to turn their dreams really into their reality.
And so that's really great. When we think about it, it's you were influenced not only by your global travels and influences, but also realized the ability to connect, or the opportunity to connect that global experience to back to, your American roots and experiences. When you think about that, the globalization has morphed more so at an ever increasing pace. How does those continued transitions, transformations, and even additional communities that are now enrolled in this whole globalization, every time we turn around, there's a new community that has been now added to the conversation and added to the possibilities. How does that inform not only your business continued growth and expansion, but just even your thoughts about your initial decisions, but where you see that continuing to grow forward?
Let me first say this. I think that one of the primary things that helped me to do and become who I am, and as I'm still becoming, is a great contributory to those that have gone before me, my mother, my father, my ancestors, but also those who I've had the pleasure to partner with and to gain mentorship from. And people like Les Brown and even our illustrious, I call him the phenomenal Dr. Kelly. Dr. Kelly taught me and teach so many millions around the world that about our value. And I always say this, if you don't value your value, then your value has no value. And that's something that he has shared. And I don't say it the way he says it. I kind of put my own spin on it, because that's what he gave to me, to value myself. He told me one time, he said, Dr. Lotus, you are in the business of hookup. You cannot hook people up. You have to provide your services. You have to know your value. This is what you need to be charging. And so as we see more people coming on board in this global smorgasbord of business, we learn that value is the key. And so we have to value our value and provide value on top of value so that those that are following us and even those that are guiding us understand that it's about value. One of my mentors, Alex Hermosi, he talks about value and creating just offers that people would feel foolish not to accept. And so every day I focus on creating value offers that people would be foolish to forget or not accept. Just like being here on the Black Business Network. We'd be foolish not to be here on the Black Business Network, especially people of color, because this network has a vast array of platforms that it streams to make sure our stories get out in ways that we can't do by ourselves. And so back to what you were saying, we've got all of these things coming about. This is the platform where we need to be coming together so that our visions, our word, our works, our products, our services can go out. Like Dr. Maya Angelou said, she said that she comes like as one standing, but she is representing the 10,000s basically. And so when we come together, no matter what arena we're in, we have to remember, although we may show up in one body, we can represent millions. And I think that's a critical part.
Yes, but there's two things that you touched on. One, when you talk about value, I was listening to a story. We're talking about the talents and how people often misinterpret what talents are. We're all given talents to begin. And what do you choose to do? Do you choose to bury those talents in the soil or bury them and allow them to be hidden? Or do you choose to understand that you need to cultivate? You need to put those talents out there at risk and take a chance on those talents. You need to figure out where they can be further developed and nurtured and where the opportunities are to share those talents. And you're right. Black Business Network, the vision behind Dr. Kelly with this platform, allowing a diverse set of voices and experiences and expertise to be shared and profiled it's sad to say, it's really groundbreaking. Because when you look around and you think about it, where else do you see this level of experience and expertise being featured and showcased? So yeah, definitely in agreement there. But taking that a little bit further, you deal with a lot of entrepreneurs that see the technology, but may or may not be exploiting the technology to the fullest level possible. The technology presents a lot of opportunities. You know, I asked you the question about globalization. I can now do business with someone anywhere on the planet if they have access to technology. I have a show that I do with a gentleman who's been traveling. He's actually from Belgium. He was in London when we started the show. We've done a version of the show where he's in the Netherlands. He's on his way to the UAE. So again, it doesn't matter where his travels takes him, as long as he has access to viable Wi-Fi and he's willing to be awake, irrespective of the time zone, then we're able to produce our content and reach additional markets. So how are you seeing not only the integration and opportunity, but more importantly, how are you advising entrepreneurs to really understand their technological strategies and the impact and the ability to empower their businesses?
Thank you for asking that question. I want to hit on something that you said momentarily, a moment ago, pardon me. You talked about talent, and I wanted to touch on that because a lot of times people don't feel like they have the talent or the educational aptitude to deal in these virtual spaces or to have globalization. So let's talk about talent. The dictionary says, the Oxford Dictionary, to be precise, says that talent is natural aptitude or skill. Okay, talent is natural aptitude or skill. And earlier, I was at an award ceremony, and someone used something that I always say when they talk about the God energy inside, that God doesn't just call the qualified, but qualify the call. So how does that work as it relates to globalization? You don't have to know everything about anything. My dad taught me that. So there is an innate skill that you have inside, one that helps you to thrive and survive and to stay alive. And if you've watched many of the um, Black Business Network episodes, I've been on the episodes where I taught about dynamic global branding. See, your friend was able to connect with you because the walls that we built in our minds, that we were taught to have up in our mind, are really crumbling down. Now we understand that through the genius of virtual realities, through the genius of networking beyond what we once thought was a barrier to our skill or our innate talents, it's no more. Because with this globalization, I can be in Russia. I was just in Africa before I came on this broadcast. And right now, we are in, I would imagine, over 400,000 homes right now. See, the ability to embrace globalization through ensuring that we stay on point with learning how virtual platforms work, with learning how Chat GPT and all forms of AI work. This helps us to do a global handshake with people that we otherwise may not know, or that society has kept us from doing business with. One, because either we didn't have the finances, or because we were kept out as people of color, or we were kept out as women, or for many other reasons we were kept out. But now that's not the truth. If you have a computer, if you have a phone, if you have a iPad, right, you can be in almost any room that will avail itself to you. And so globalization, the old concept of what it used to be, is no more. Before we were shut out, but now it is so big. We can be in the room. We just have to take the opportunity in the time of the opportunity, like being on this program, where it allows us to do those handshakes worldwide.
Oh, absolutely. It's so interesting because I grew up, as a little bit of a techie. I'm from the Bay Area, so I remember going to UC Berkeley, building computers just in the summer, just because, right? And also deciding for myself that I wasn't going to be a techie, but that I was going to always use technology in
Right.
business, because I really wanted to be more engaged in business and processes. And it hasn't mattered what sector I've entered, but I've always been the one really willing to lean into what are the technologies that are necessary for what it is we're creating. So that makes me think about a couple things. I hear people say, I had a colleague, a couple of us, we were looking to do an interview, and the person was struggling, didn't want to be on video. How do you deal with entrepreneurs that are still, or even executives, that are a little bit concerned about how they present themselves in these various forums? I know you're mentoring different,
Yes.
coaching different executives. So how do you sort of frame not only the opportunity, but how do you help them sort of silence some of that self-talk that may be, contradicting the outcomes or making them more worried than they need to be?
Well, it's people succumb to what Mr. Les Brown said: false evidence appearing real. So one of the primary things that I help them to do is to get over this false evidence appearing real, because we are what we say we are, and we become what we speak about every day, day in and day out. So if we put fear in, if we surround ourselves with people who are fearful, then we take on those negative behaviors. So one of the first things that I do is I introduce them to my book, Harnessing Your Thoughts, Take the Reins, Control Your Life, and when you can get it on Amazon. Why do I introduce them to my book? I introduce them to that book because, like the illustrious gentleman Napoleon Hill said, is that we have to think and grow rich. And everything starts with a thought. But in order for you to move into action, you have to harness that thought. You have to make it your own. You have to know that you have the right to think in abundance. You have the right to think that you are the head and not the tail. You have the right to believe that whether if you're a woman or you're a man or if you're black or you're brown, wherever you come from, you may come from the lowest levels of poverty or the highest levels of excellence. You have to harness the thought that you are great enough, not good enough, but great enough to do, be, and go anywhere you want to go. And so that's why I take my book and I give them that book. The other thing is I lean on other well thought out people who lead people in a way that will help them be sustainable in their vocation. Even if, let me say this. There are so many leaders that you would not believe. They lead hundreds of thousands of people, but they have that fear. They're fearful to stand up in front of someone. They're fearful to talk about their great ideas. They're fearful to say that they don't agree with this or that. And so in order to help them overcome that, I bring them into one of the Ignites programs. It's a 5-pillar process where we take them through that helps them to overcome their fear, to face their challenges. And we put them in rooms with people, just like people like you, those of you that's on this broadcast, who are strong, who are action takers, who are clear and concise about where they're going, and they've designed a strategy on how to get there, and we help them navigate that course, and we provide that support. Because Dr. Audrey, it's really hard when you're trying to do something and you feel like you're the only one. And so to our viewers, if you've ever felt like you're the only one, I want you to put a 2 in the comment. And wherever you're watching from, we're going to see that comment. If you ever felt like you're alone, put a 2 in the comment. Because Dr. Audrey, when people feel like they're alone and they don't have the support, they get stagnated, they get stopped, they get stuck. And so a part of what we do from the Lotus Richey Ignites program and other organizations that I partner with and collaborate with, we help them to gently walk out of that comfort zone into an uncomfortable zone so that they can be comfortable later on. Because if you want to do the things that bring you comfort, you have to deal in the moment of uncomfort to get you to the comfortable zone that a lot of other people will never experience because they're too afraid to walk that walk. And so those are just a few ways or concepts that we share with people. And then when they come into our programs and they spend time with us, we not only tell them the who and the what, we show them the how. And that's the biggest part, showing them the how and how to sustain it.
And so I noticed that you use tools. I use some of these same tools, DISC and other tools to help people, first understand a little bit more about themselves so that they can really resonate with their particular value. Those types of tools allow you to take an exploratory look and to understand your management styles, your communication styles, the things that you kind of lean into more than other things. But the thing that you said about the 2, I believe that oftentimes I say, if you look around and you're in a group and the group, your fave 5, right?
Yep.
Your fave 5 will tell you pretty much what your life journey will produce. Now, if those fave 5, if you look at that life that you believe that they're producing, and that's not the life that you see, feel, or know is true for you, then you need to get a new 5.
That's right.
You need to get a new 5. You need to get in some new rooms, right?
Yep.
And sometimes when you go into a new room, it's not about being the person that's dominating the room. Sometimes it's being the person that's listening and learning in the room and demonstrating to yourself that if it is that you're ready to advance, they say, once the student is ready, the teacher arrives. It's not the teacher arrives and then finds the student. The student shows up ready, and that creates a signal. So whatever it is you're seeking is seeking you too. But it begins with, I remember this, Dr. Lotus, earlier, young in my 20s, going through a real difficult transition in my business, and remembering that at that point, I kept thinking, well, you have to ask, seek, and find. Now, which part of this am I fumbling the ball on? And, sometimes we don't want to be honest with ourselves, but you have to be willing. And if you don't know, then you have to have some trusted advisors who can show not only the things that you don't know, but the things that you do know, because we all have blind spots. Having blind spots is not the problem. Is what do you do about those blind spots?
Exactly. And Paul Santisi shared with me a while back. He's an amazing thought leader. He said in one of his discussions that you don't know what you don't know. And you don't know it until someone tells you, hey, did you know this? And this is why it's so critical to have great mentors and leaders around you and in your circle that know more than you, that have traveled roads that you have not traveled yet. Just imagine this. You're going down the street and it's dark. Okay, it's dark. And you've not been down this road, but you've got somebody like Dr. Audrey in front of you, right? And you've got a Dr. Lotus on the side of you and a Dr. Kelly behind you and a It's Common on the other side of you. And we're walking down this street and you're right behind us, right? Or right in the center, right? You're right in the center and we're walking. And so Dr. Audrey is in front and the street, it's dark and you can't see anything. And Martin Luther King said, you don't have to see the whole way. You just have to be able to see 5 feet in front of you. But Dr. Audrey is in front of you for those 5 feet. And she's telling you, wait a minute. It's a pitfall here. And if you fall into it, your boots, your socks, especially some of us ladies, you got them beautiful pumps. You don't want them to get messed up. You got them wonderful shoes for a lot of our men. You don't want them floor shams to get messed up. And so she says, hold on. We're going to go to the right so we can go around this. This is why you have to have these great leaders and great mentors. And I always say great mentors need great mentors. In order for us to become great mentors, we have to be mentored by greatness so that we understand and we see what greatness looks like and also what it feels like, so we can pass that on to the next person that we're helping to pull along or to guide along, because we don't want to have to pull them along. Some people, you got to pull them. It's like pulling teeth, but we want to guide them to other levels of greatness.
Well, it's interesting because, of course, as a leader and, as past executive in other organizations, there were times, I started as an employee in somebody else's organization. And so what I learned very early on was how to evaluate good leadership and how to incorporate the elements of what a great leader demonstrated. And also, I learned probably even more from bad leaders, what I wanted to make sure that I didn't take on and bring into my existence as a leader. But I also was very intentional about being willing to invest. I remember when I was making the decision to go to graduate school, everybody knows what you should do with your life better than you, right? And so everybody wanted to tell me, well, do this and do this. And I said, I am going to pursue a master's in organizational management, because as a leader, I am going to build a multinational global organization. And I want to really understand how to not only develop myself as a leader, but how to develop other leaders, because I'm going to need to have other stakeholders that are enrolled in my vision and want to be involved with executing on that vision. And I'm going to have to set what is the culture of that particular organization. So I did a deep, deep dive. But when I tell people, I'm like, I've been studying thought leadership my entire journey, because you don't get to be an entrepreneur and choose to go on a path, a divergent path from your peers, and not have something that you're leaning into. You know, I started off very early understanding that I had a relationship with the Almighty and the ancestors, and that's my relationship, and I don't need you to interpret it for me. If I'm quiet, I can hear directly from the source what the assignments are.
That's right.
And we allow the noise to get in, and sometimes the lack of discernment, right? You let everyone else know more about you. That's why it's so important, something that you said about, you want to have coaches, but you need to make sure that your coaches are qualified. Make sure that they're qualified to coach you in what it is that they say that they're coaching you in, because a lot of times what you find are people who are critics and actually, projectors of their own failures, and they can't see you because they're in the way.
Exactly. And dare I say, you know, and those of you that are watching us, I want you to take the opportunity, because I always say note takers are money makers. I like you to take a note, take your pen and write this down. Dr. Audrey, you talked about we are inundated with noise from other people. So I'd like you to write this down. Press the noise cancellation button. Even in this platform, Zoom, StreamYard, even on your mics, it has what you call a noise cancellation button that you can press. And so for the rest of 2024, as you move into 2025, I invite you to press the noise cancellation button, right? PCB. Press the cancellation button, because a lot of this noise is what hinders us from being and doing what we are really supposed to be and what we're really supposed to be doing. And when we allow so many different messages to come into our heads, we don't have enough space to do what we need to do to see ourselves to the success that we're trying to achieve, because we're inundated with so many other people that's trying to live vicariously through us. And then before we know it, we don't know where they end and we begin. And so we have to be very, very careful and be very, very selective. Even when we say be in the room with the right people, sometimes we can be in these rooms with who we think are the right people, but they're not the right people for us. Okay. We have to be in the room with people who are going to seed in us, and also that we can seed into, because here's something that I learned. There's a little girl. This little girl is she maybe was about 4 years old, and she's an author. And I was telling someone about her the other day. And not only did she try to sell me a book while I was at an event, she sold me 2 books. You know why? Because she didn't let the noise of being around all the adults in the room who also were authors get to her. She was on a mission. Okay. So we got to be like this 4-year-old little girl, and we have to be on a mission. And we can't let the outside entities, and even those that are in the room that we feel or we look at and we say that, yeah, they're mentors, but we are dumbed down. We down our light. And I think earlier in your discussion, you talked a little bit about that. We can't dim our light so that we exalt someone else above us, because sometimes we get caught up in this person is so exalted, or they have this platform going on YouTube or what have you, and we forget our own message. We got to remember to bring the message that we were empowered with, because it's somebody on the planet that needs to hear it.
Dr. Richey, you are speaking. Mama, you preaching today. because that's the truth. Because again, you can get caught up in your own self-talk. And guess what? It doesn't matter who you are. You know, those messages creep in. I had Thanksgiving Day, I had 2 invitations, and I was like, oh, well, I'll do both. Then it turned out that they were at the same time. So you can't do both. Now you got to pick. So then I said, well, I'll pick this one. And then I realized, I said, no, I've already been in that space. I need some new energy. I need some new space. I need some new possible fave fives, because I have a situation that I need to allow the Almighty and the ancestors to solve. I've already been in that space.
Exactly.
That's already offered me what it has to offer. I need some more spaces. So I have to get outside of my comfort zone.
Yes.
And be willing to go into these new spaces and see what happens. And I kid you not, I was thinking and thinking and thinking. It's like, oh my goodness, what I literally had just prayed for was in that new space. But if I didn't have the courage or the wisdom to listen to the guidance, get out of your comfort zone, get out of what you think. Who asked you to? Sometimes you must yield to the Almighty and the ancestors, because they understand the assignment that you've been given. You didn't create it. Somebody else created it for you. So the how requires you to listen to the guidance. Same thing when we talk about business and being investable. Are you coachable? Because you can't coach somebody that's not coachable. You're on mute.
So yeah, I put myself on mute sometimes because I'm in here going, yeah, say it. So I don't want to talk over you, but yes, you're 100% correct. And sometimes not only just to be in spaces, sometimes we have to create the spaces, because even in some of these spaces, sometimes we're not even welcome to the space. I was in I was at an event about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I was the MC, and I shared with might have been 200 people in the room at this event. And what I share with them is that we talk a good game. We say that we're doing so much for the young people and that we want to help the young people along. And I asked the people, I said, if you brought your child here today, stand up. And only maybe 2 or 3 people stood up, and their children stood up with them. And the problem that we face day in and day out is that these spaces we're creating, we also have to make room for our young people. Okay. You heard the video earlier with I think her name was Appleberry, the young lady on the video that the Ignites Corporation created. This is another thing that the Black Business Network is doing, bringing young people in the fold, because if our young people are not invited in the room, they won't have any place at the table. And then if they do come to the table later on, they're not going to know how to deal because we have not prepared them properly. And so here we go again with the great mentors need great mentors. In order for our young people to come in the room, for us to leave legacy, and I think you talked about this earlier when you were talking, we have to have a way that we transition out of our own businesses and pass the torch, leave the legacy behind us, so that after it's all said and done, whether we want to sit down and rest, kick our feet up and say, okay, you got it, or until we're called to the next level of life and we're no longer physically on the planet, we still have to set ourselves up so that when we transition, that our work, our legacy lives on. Because really, that's what life is all about. That's what we talk about business. We talk about, you asked a great question earlier when you talked about globalization. When we talk about globalization, I don't know, some of you may know this, but I love to go to the dictionary. The dictionary says that globalization means the increasing interconnections of the world, where people, ideas, and goods and services move more freely across borders, essentially making the world feel like a more unified place through trade, communication, and cultural exchange. Now When we leave here, if we don't bring our young people in, they're not going to know how to do any of that. They're not going to know what goods are good, what services are great, and how to move freely across borders. Globalization has taught us that, but we have to teach our young people and bring them in the room so they can exercise that and put it into action, because that is what builds generational wealth.
Well, you definitely are speaking to something that I lived. I was given a talk about, the whole womb experience that I created for my son. And then fast forward how, he was 3 weeks old and I was rolling his bassinet into boardrooms. He's been in more boardrooms. By the time he was 5, he told me, "Mommy, I've been in more of your training sessions. I can run the training session." But thank God, because now he's 27. He's building a brand, but his brand is in alignment with the global business that I'm building. And then what I noticed is that he picked me on his own as one of his coaches. And so he looked forward to leaning in on his own to my coaching and leadership. So then I said, well, wait a second. Are you interested in this opportunity? One, you got to be qualified. You have to submit your application. You must submit your interests. You will join the organization at your current level. But I asked him, I said, are you familiar with Melody Hobson? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, you know that she was recruited out of college and set on a path to become the CEO in the future by Joe Rogers. And so he planned to develop her from her entry level position at that point to where now she's co-CEO, again, putting in place his succession plan. And so I said, truthfully, when I look around, it'd be my honor to coach you and develop you along a similar plan of action that you and I both agree to. No, you don't start off as a CEO. You're not qualified, but you're going to start off in the position where you have qualifications, and you're going to have to perform based on those qualifications as anyone else would to advance to the next level along the journey. But guess what? I feel like I have a great possibility with him, because he not only leaned in. Most kids would be tuned out. And he was the one, I took him to the Black Enterprise Conference where they had the kids conference as well. And they were recognizing kids, yet they had the kids separate. They didn't let any of the kids see the kids that they and he came out, he says, "Mom, they needed you to lead this kids. It was a miss. It was like, it was a waste of my time. I was in there playing doodle, and that's pretty much all they offered in terms of real business. They didn't teach us how to do a feasibility analysis like you taught me way back when. But before I go on that tangent, I wanted to turn back to something else. You are involved with the United States as an ambassador for the Foundation Lab, both in Burundi and Africa. And so tell us a little bit more about what that commitment and engagement allows you to not only do, conceive, but execute.
With the organization from Africa, we are working diligently to help put young girls and young boys through schooling. As you know, in Africa, many young girls are not allowed to be educated, and oftentimes they don't have the necessary hygiene needs that they need. And so we go in and we make sure that we go out into the communities, we go to the schools, as well as the organization Women Reach Out with God initiative and the global leadership boot camp, where I am the co-founder. We also go into schools in Africa. We just had a summit in Ghana, in Crete, and we had one in Nigeria most recently as well. And the Foundation Lab, we are actually having an event in April here in the United States. The founder of the organization, Dr. Florence, will be coming over, and she will be joining myself and one other amazing woman as we will be hosting an event here. And why is that important? Because we will be meeting with women from all over the world, and specifically those from the World Bank, because it's significantly important to ensure that women understand about finance and how they work. And we'll be talking about finance and about economics, how economics work. You know, there was a time where they taught economics in school, but now economics in school, from what I understand, no longer exists. And I speak in schools. I just did a talk in a school last month, and I spoke to sixth graders, seventh graders, as well as high school students. And one thing is pervasive is that a lot of our students don't know about economics. They are not taught finances in world texts. And because of that, the Foundation Lab is helping here in the United States during our conference that we're having here in April to help women and young girls to understand these critical pieces, because these pieces will help us to thrive in society. It will help us to thrive in business. It will help us to thrive in the boardroom. And you talked about you being in many executive boardrooms. And just like you, I was always one of the only women of color in a room. I was a clinical engineer for Kodak. I used to run the University of Phoenix in Augusta, Georgia at night. And of course, I was over cybersecurity for QTS data centers. And everywhere I turned, I was also almost always the only one. And so with the Foundation Lab, we are teaching people that even if you're the only one, you have to show up and also make a playing field so that people value what you have to offer within those environments, and bring people in, but not just bring them in. You have to set them up for success. And I want to kind of double back really quickly, if I may, to something that you were saying, and I put some notes over here in the chat so everybody could see him. You talked about your son and how you brought him in, and that's a part of what the Foundation Lab does. The Foundation Lab also partners the parents with the children, because when the parents buy in, there's more of a buy-in with the children. And so you talked about equipping your son to be qualified. And so I wanted to just give a few quick keys. When you qualify your children, one, you got to set them up for success. You got to invite them in the room, like the Foundation Lab is doing. We're inviting our children. We're inviting women from all around the world, and we're also partnering with men in our global leadership boot camp. So you got to teach them the process and help them get qualified, because when they become qualified, then you go to the next step also, where you work with them to have sustainability, so that they can sustain what you've given them. And then also, after the sustainability, you yourself as the parent, as the leader, as the mentor, you also have to continue to be teachable, because they're the gap that bridges the disconnect between generations. So the Foundation Lab also helps to do that as well. So I just wanted to circle back to that and kind of tie that up, because we as leaders, as mentors, we have to be teachable too, because if we don't get on board with these things, with this AI and other things, and Dr. Kelly, I don't know if many of you know this, but over 2 years ago, Dr. Kelly talked about virtual realities. He talked about AI and how important it is for us as business owners to get submerged in this, so that even if we say, well, we don't like it, at least we have a working knowledge and an understanding, so that we don't get left behind and we don't become the dinosaurs of tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm going to conclude it there, Dr. Richey. It's been a wonderful conversation. Thank you so much. I'm sure we could talk the rest of the afternoon. And I just want to, applaud you. I want to thank you again for joining us. Is there any particular way that you'd like people to reach out to follow up with you following this conversation?
Quite naturally, you can reach me on Lotus Richey Ignites. You can go on Facebook. You can go on all social medias. Look up Dr. Lotus Richey. You can see me. Also, join me on the Ignite Your Life for Life Summit that's coming your way. I think Dr. Kelly has the commercial. He'll be playing that for you later. We'd love to have you to join us, so you can meet me there. And as one of my friends say, don't meet me there, beat me there. Connect with me today on all of my social media platforms. Thank you.
Well, wonderful. Well, I'm definitely going to follow up, and genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Are you searching for a website that truly reflects your mission and vision? The 5-star BDM website services portfolio, led by Grant McGaw, transforms ideas into impactful digital platforms for personal brands, nonprofits, and small businesses. Each project in our portfolio tells a unique story. From JADICC, a infection control expert organization with professional polish, to Ikaba World Community, a dynamic hub for events and memberships, and Pink Lotus Project, empowering women with donation and program features, every site is crafted using our Brave branding framework and mobile-first development. Our portfolio is more than a gallery. It highlights project context, purpose, and measurable outcomes. We demonstrate brand consistency, strategic user experience, and deliver results that build trust and drive engagement. A world-class portfolio proves capability, sets you apart from competitors, and positions you as an authority. It is your most trusted sales tool and reputation asset. Ready for a website that leads with purpose? Book a discovery consultation or request a brand audit today.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a superconductor, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
My name is Joy McMillan, and I have been in infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats, and staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN. Reach a targeted audience and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Welcome everyone to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw. I am CEO of 5-Star BDM, that stands for Brand Development Masters, and I am the host of the Follow Brand podcast, an award-winning TV series. And I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And we are honored to welcome Joy A. McMillan, a pioneering nurse executive and CEO of JAD Infection Control Experts. As president of Miami-Dade's APIC or APIC chapter and a national speaker, Joy champions evidence-based best practices and empowers leaders to elevate quality, compliance, and care. And her trailblazing leadership transformed infection control from policy into daily practice that protects lives. So today, Joy brings her vision, her strategy, and hard-earned lessons to the Black Business Network, inspiring us all to lead with compassion, courage, and community. So please join me in welcoming Joy McMillan to the Black Business Network. How you doing, Joy?
I'm doing well. How are you, Grant?
I am wonderful. First of all, I'm very glad that you can join us because you're always on the go. I mean, you're literally traveling across the globe. Every time I talk to you, you're in some new area of the country or some new area of the world, and this is wonderful. So I want to welcome you again. You just returned from the APIC conference, and I want to understand this and help our audience understand this. What were your biggest takeaways from that particular conference, and how are they shaping the future of infection prevention in healthcare facilities?
That's a great question, Grant. I started off early at APIC when we did our chapter leader day. It was having all of the presidents and board members of every chapter around the nation together, and the collaboration there. I was able to be the only president, the only board member that was able to present to the group, helping their chapters to be able to get CE credits for their for all of their members when they attend their sessions. So we did a lot of collaborating. We did a lot of engaging, finding out best practices within our own organizations and learning from one another. One of the best things that APIC is doing is, regardless of what's going on in the country, and I know everybody's on different sides of politically what's correct and what's not. Well, you know what? Healthcare has absolutely nothing. Infections don't care what side of the aisle you're on. So APIC has been working diligently with the WHO, with all of the other nations. They are collaborating so that this work, this attempt that we're making to push through, despite of all of the slashing that's going on in the budgets for all of these different CDC, all of them. So we're trying to push through that, still do the collaborations, still make the difference, and we're trying to save lives out there. So they've done a great job at championing that fact and continuing their efforts. Matter of fact, they're not even continuing, they're pushing harder, they're advocating harder because the need is there. And so I walked away feeling really great about that. I also walked away with the huge win of being able to have so many other connections. I've broadened my own network of consultants. So yes, we can be nationwide. We actually are nationwide, and I'm loving that. I'm loving that for us. You know, JAD infection control experts has been working really hard this past time to be able to provide services for everyone in need. So there's no one we can turn down now.
I know, and I love that. You know, you're so well positioned, and I don't think the audience understands what you do. You know, you audit skilled nursing facilities and things of that nature. You audited a number of them. You know, in all over United States, but primarily in South Florida. I want to understand and help our audience understand what are the most common gaps you see between there's the policy of infection control, and there's the practice of infection control, and how do these gaps impact patient outcomes?
So the gaps that you see the most is people just taking shortcuts. There have been a lot of cuts in staffing, and there have been a lot of cuts in, just resources in general. And so to make up for that, you have well-meaning individuals that are really just trying to get their job done and are not following the established policies and procedures that have been set based on standard guidelines, best practice. You see that they are missing the steps, and those steps count. Every opportunity that you have to skip a step opens the opportunity for you to allow the transmission of an infection. So when I go in, it's making sure that they understand that, because I'm not just documenting these things on my spreadsheet and in my dashboard for the organization. I'm taking the time to educate the actual people, the hands-on workers that are making those decisions. And, they don't realize how one thing is impacting the other, and helping them to understand that, do that just-in-time training. My team is really good at that. That's one of the things that I have been very, very, very persistent with, is we're not just there to show you where your gaps are. We're there to help solve the problem while we're in the building, which is just-in-time training, providing them with tools and resources. But tools and resources don't work unless the people use them. And that's what you find a lot. People have resources and they have policies, but if you're not utilizing them and you're not putting them into action, you're failing your customers, you're failing your organization, you're costing lives, you're putting lives at risk. And that's staff and patients and residents as well, because it impacts everyone. Infections, we talk about patients losing their lives, but it affects administration has to understand it affects the bottom line when you've got staff that are transferring infections to one another because they're not following the proper cleaning and disinfecting process. And that calls for call outs. Then that calls for agency. And that calls for what happens after that. Now you've got people who are in the building who don't even know the policies. And they're not going to follow what they don't know. They're just going to get through the day and keep it moving. So that's one of the biggest things.
That's important. You're bringing all of that around. We're going to unpack that a little bit because it's just so important. I don't think a lot of people understand when you go to a healthcare facility, you are actually exposing yourself to a lot of unknown infections that could be around because a lot of people come through there. And so you have to be diligent about understanding that. Now, one of your boldest messages is around compliance doesn't save lives, culture does. And you kind of alluded to that just now. So we want to unpack that a little bit more. So when you say, you got to be truly ready, what does readiness look like in a facility?
So readiness for a facility looks like you have actual paper compliance, but more importantly, as you're up and down the hallways, as you are watching people do what they're doing, as you are the patient in the room, that's why I advocate for patient education and knowledge and things like that, because if everyone is not actually doing what they should be doing, you have now put that person at risk for harm. And we can talk about infections, but harm is harm. It can be deadly harm, which infections can be, or it can be a break in procedure that just sets them up for harm, which is, people, you see a lot these days. People don't understand how much technology has helped and kind of hurt the profession of healthcare, right? It helps in the sense of, great, we've got interoperability, right? We want transparency. We want all of those things. But we also have personnel that are walking around with earbuds in their ears, and they're being distracted and they're not following the procedures that they should be because they're sometimes holding conversations on the phone. There's so many things that you see, and having administration step up, understand the value of what quality that they want for their patients or residents or whoever their clients are. It can be an ambulatory center. You got to understand that having someone dedicated, and not just someone, but the right amount of people. APIC has a staffing calculator for how many residents or how many patients you serve, how many IPs do you really need to be able to truly do the auditing, truly check for compliance, make sure things are being done correctly and accurately, because when they are done correctly and accurately, you have great outcomes. And as an organization, that's what you should want. You should actually want great outcomes so that your your organization has more credibility because think about it. In this world, people can go anywhere. You can shop. We talked about that the last time. You can shop for where you want to go to get your health care based on what's out there. And the information is out there. That transparency is out there. So you want to be the place people want to go. I have driven by facilities that were close to my house so that I can go to what the facility I knew was more reliable and had better outcomes. And that's who you want to be as an organization. But the administration has to lead in that way. So you should, if you have not already, you should have an IP in your C-suite, in your boardroom. They need to be at the table because they can make the case. Unlike some quality managers that are out there, they may not understand the rationale for what changes need to be made and why they need to be made. So it's really important that people see that from the top to the bottom, and that there's a respect for what needs to be done and the professionals that know exactly what they're doing. And so sometimes that's the biggest barrier out there.
Well, I think I like how you shed light on that, and we cannot take these infections lightly. I'll give the audience a statistic. On a daily basis in the United States, there are approximately about 400 to 500 infection control, you would say hospital-acquired infections that result in death every single day. This is like if a jumbo jet took off from an airport and crashed, and two of them crashed every single day. This is what is occurring in our healthcare system. So it's very, very important. Obviously, if you saw that on the news every day, you're like, oh my God, there's got to be something done. We can't allow two jumbo jets to crash every day and kill people. But this is exactly what is happening in the US health system, because we're looking at these as small, isolated incidences. But if you group it all together, you're like, wow, this is a big problem. This is a huge problem. So when you're starting to look at what does it look like from the leader perspective, so they're not reactive, they're more proactive. This is important. Now, you spoke about something that's I want especially our healthcare leaders to understand, and that is the ROI, the return on investment on infection control. Like you said, I want an IP in the boardroom, and this is what they can talk about. We want to understand, how can healthcare executives position infection control not as a cost, but as a strategic revenue saver?
Well, there are a lot of ways. One of them is if you just take the time to look at the previous data, right? The previous data that you have before you implemented, let's just say, having the right number of IPs and having them in a position of leadership to where there is that accountability and you have the data to show the before. But then once you make the changes and you're actually engaging and utilizing all of the tools, all of the newest resources and innovations so that you have better outcomes, your return on investment comes from a couple of things. Number one, let's just talk about patient satisfaction, because we looked at how many people are actually dying, but we haven't talked about how many people have an extended length of stay, right? That extended length of stay affects your patient outcomes and it affects your bottom line as a healthcare organization. If you were only meant to be there 5 days and have the ability to go home, but now you have to be there, let's just say 15 days to get a full course of whatever antibiotics is needed, and then take that and move on and look at what that 15 days costs. Look at the high cost antibiotics that it takes to utilize to make sure that that person is safe to go home. And then how is that going to be perceived? So you've got cost savings for antibiotics. You've got cost savings for extended length of care that, guess what, Medicare is not paying for, because that was something that was not supposed to happen. Right? They don't mind paying for, I came in with a broken shoulder, you fixed my broken shoulder, or rotator cuff injury, and you had to do surgery and you fixed it, thank you, and you're gone about the way. They'll pay for those services. What they're saying is, I'm not going to pay for let's just say a catheter associated urinary tract infection. You should not have gotten a catheter associated urinary tract infection. And God forbid if it ends up being one of those things that is, we have a lot of what we call multi-drug resistant organisms. And a lot of what you're seeing now in healthcare is when you see those isolation signs and people on isolation, it's because they have a multi-drug resistant organism. And even when you're trying to treat some of these infections, if you're not treating them properly, or if you're not adhering to, let's just say, the timeouts that should be done for antibiotic stewardship to make sure that you're doing what's right for the patient. How about if you are not adhering to the length of time that the person should be on the antibiotics, and it kind of just goes and goes and goes. Now you've given them another infection called C. diff. And C. diff is very hard to get rid of. And it is very, very, very contagious. And so you have to use different cleaning products. Those different cleaning products are at a higher expense because it takes more to get rid of the spores than it does for you to just do a regular terminal cleaning. So I would say that, if you're in healthcare administration, it is to your advantage to utilize that infection preventionist role and allow them to explain to you how they can actually make the difference in your bottom line, because we know in healthcare, it's always about the bottom line. Even in non-for-profits, you have to have enough money to sustain, right? But what we're saying is invest the money in what is going to count. You'd be surprised some of the robotics that they invest in, and it's just for surgeon pleasure, because you can do the exact same surgery. I listened to 3 CEOs after COVID talk about, hey, we just spent millions and millions and millions on this robotics that does the exact same surgery, but the doctors liked it and there were no difference in the outcomes, no difference in anything except for surgeon happiness. And they were like, yeah, we're trying to hawk those things now because we don't have the money. So you want to gain the trust of your community, and you want people to want to come to your facility. So invest in the things that are going to count and be proactive about it. Be proactive. Don't wait until things fail. Don't wait until you have that death and now you have to spend $10 million in legal fees or pay off for a loved one. Don't be that organization. Be proactive.
I 100% agree with that. And I like how you said about technology. You don't buy technology or utilize technology for technology's sake. It has to have a verifiable and measurable outcome. It's got to be better. It can't be the same. It has to have a transformative effect. And if that's not the case, then of course, then you have not probably invested wisely. I think I applaud you for that. Now you have a 72-hour outbreak, response playbook. It's part of what JD Infection Control has. This is how they are a premium brand in their space in the market that they have a lot of influence. I want to understand what inspired you to create it, and what's the one thing that most facilities miss in their emergency planning?
So what inspired the creation is that as I'm participating in surveys and as I'm getting my consultants' feedback, I'm paying attention to the biggest problems that are out there. And, we look at trends, we look at where people are failing the most. And then we also do the ask, like, if you could have something in your hand that would help you, what would be the best thing for you? And outbreaks are happening left and right in all settings. You've got in healthcare facilities, you've also got outside of in public health right now. You see measles coming back, like we were all vaccinated, but now it's choice. And people are not making the right choices. There are things that are definitely preventable. But once you're in outbreak mode, what do you do? And a lot of times people fail to actually take the time to define it. And when we are talking outbreaks, the definition of the outbreak, you have to have that case. You've got to make the case that I'm putting this, and this together. And yes, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. And then the next thing is a lot of times they put in stopgaps without following up to make sure that those things have been effective. And as with any performance improvement measure, you can't just put something out there and leave it and think that, oh, okay, I've patched it up. But if you are not continuing, and that's a big thing, is that you have to continue to make sure that what you've done is effective, has been effective, and will continue to be effective. And if not, we need to sit back down and look at the process and adjust. And that's where a lot of people miss it. They'll do what it takes to kind of like, whoa, let's stop this. You're identifying. Okay, great. Once you've identified and you've done those things, are the staff really staying compliant? Are they? Because if they are, you won't have another outbreak. That will the processes that you use, that you put in place. If we're now doing that every day, we will not have another problem. I mean, I told this story years ago, back when I started speaking nationally. We had the only hospital in the nation that had 0 COVID-19 healthcare acquired infections. That was in one hospital. I had 3. The other 2, they actually had 1 outbreak the entire time. 1 outbreak, which were 2 patients. The other one was 3 patients. We put measures in place, and that was at the beginning of COVID-19. We never had an outbreak afterwards. And it wasn't because things were not popping off hot. You saw how many in the news. It was out there. But the goal was, we did a root cause analysis for every single thing that happened. We had everybody in the room. It's not just leadership. It's the hands-on people. It's a no fault process. It's let's just talk about what happened and how we can make sure it doesn't happen to anybody again. And that's the important part. It's about putting those things in place, making sure if you're about to start something, let's say before we started our COVID units, you do a failure mode and analysis. And that's what's the worst thing that can go wrong? And what's the worst effect that it can have, right? And then you put stopgaps in between. You take the time to mitigate all of those risks with processes. And so that was done, and it was done successfully. And, you know, like I said, that began my speaking engagements nationally. And the fact that I love the fact that I have gone from national to international to just being the person that you want. And it's funny, you get with clients and clients are telling you, okay, they're explaining their issue, and you're doing that consultation and you're telling them, I've got somebody that's in your area that can be there tomorrow. And they're like, but we want you.
Well, they
It's a
should
good
get you.
process.
They want the best. Who would not want the best? You are the subject matter expert. I mean, you lead in Miami-Dade. You are the chapter president for APIC, APIC, and that's the national organization that's there. I want you to put on your hat for a minute, because you have lived in two sides of the ball. You've been a nurse, healthcare leader, and you've been on the infection control consultancy world, two different worlds. What prevents the nurse leader from hiring an infection control expert like yourself and then deploying the actual services that are required to reduce the hospital infections? What is that?
So the biggest thing that I see that holds people back is, and it's sad to say, but there are a lot of nurse leaders, and I won't even say nurse leaders because really comes down to administration. And I kind of fell into that whole category. But you have a lot of people that are in administration that think that they know it all. They have all the answers. And one of the things you have to do is have an open mind and be willing to listen to people who do have the expertise. Like when it comes to any part, that's one of the things people talk about, the alphabet soup behind my name. It was funny. I did change my LinkedIn profile because I was presenting at APIC conference, and the chapter leaders were like, why does your LinkedIn profile only have your MBA and your CIC? Where's the rest of what was just on that slide? And I was like, well, I don't want it to be too much. They were like, yeah, people need to know it. And then I was like, but then it won't fit. So I ended up leaving stuff out. But the funny thing is, I had all those degrees and I have all those certifications, and I'm still that person that's willing to listen to someone who's coming in and can add value. And so a lot of people, they unfortunately shut themselves down, or they have their own inner circle that they want to keep the inner circle. And some of them sadly don't want to be, it's like they have a fear of being exposed for not being who they, it's their own insecurities. Some people do. You have a lot of them that are very open and willing to listen and look at what value can be added. That's why I really am glad I did my MBA in healthcare administration. I'm glad for my experiences that I've had in the C-suite, because I saw all types of leadership in that long period of time. And so there was some greats, and then there were some that you sit back and you say, wow. And but it's so important to have that seat at the table, and it's important for them to be open. Just be open, because if you're open, you'll learn something, and you'll learn exactly, the areas that you can improve upon, and you'll also learn you have no idea how many times that I'll be in the room with an administrator or CEO, whoever they are in their role, and shout out some of their biggest assets that aren't being used, right? They've got these people and they've got them in roles that they don't belong in, that they can really excel and that they know about it, and that's their expertise and it's their passion, but they've got them in a different role that's not really suiting them. So as an organization, you're missing out. You've got a star right here. You've got a diamond in the rough, but you won't cut the stone.
Yeah, either they're not aware, like you said, or they just, just most of it probably is an awareness, and they don't know how to reutilize that asset and then replace it with someone else. I want to ask you one more question because I'm curious, and I want the audience to get this. If you had to give them 3 tips, just 3 tips, because at home, infections everywhere, whether it's in the hospital, it's at your place of business, it could be at home. We want to prevent infection no matter where you are. If you can give us 3 quick tips, like you need to be doing these 3 things on the daily to prevent you from getting sick, what would you say?
That's a great question. So 3 things. Never make an assumption. Okay. So when I say never make an assumption, do not assume that when you go to a restaurant or you go on a cruise ship or you go to a hotel or wherever you happen to be going to, never assume that your area has been cleaned and disinfected for you. Never make that assumption. They sell, number 2, stay prepared. They sell the smallest, cleanest little, I keep them in my purse. So simple. EPA disinfectants that you can actually utilize to just disinfect your area that you're going to be in. And in preparation, also keep your own hands clean and stop touching your face. That is the beginning and the end. You can break that chain of infection so well just by doing that. And it doesn't take a lot. Like if think about going out to eat somewhere and you want a little bit of steak sauce or you want a little bit of salt because it's lacking. However, you've already cleaned your hands and you've begun to eat and you realize, oh, this is missing a little something. You grab that salt shaker and you spread what you need, right? Have you thought about how many hands have been on that salt shaker or that ketchup dispenser or that A1, right? So do you reach back in and just sanitize your hands again right before you start eating? It takes 2 seconds. It's not hard. It's just the mental memory, muscle memory, mental memory kind of thing to where it just makes sense. But people don't think of small strategies like that really would help them stay safe, keep their family safe. If that's all it is making sure you're not bringing something home to yourself or to your family, to your loved ones, to your friends, whoever it may be. And lastly, keep it simple. If you are at a place, any place, I keep a mask with me at all times. And I don't wear a mask at all times. I'm out and about without masks. Let someone cough 1 or 2 times too many. The mask is coming out. If I'm in mass transport, I stay in the airports lately, and I stay on planes. I'm always masked at the airport and I'm always masked on the plane. Why? Because you've got all of these people traveling from all these different locations. So you just want to protect yourself. Once I get out into the air, that mask comes off and I'm free as a bird and I'm going to all these conferences and it's like you're out in amongst people, but we're all trying to be as safe as we can.
Well, I tell you, this has been great. Thank you for those 3 tips. these are important things to consider. I want to thank you again for being on the Black Business Network. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I want to remind everyone that the Black Business Network is a 24-hour network, and the Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This Expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that is on the screen below. That is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so please donate to the scholarship fund to help students achieve their dreams. And special thanks to our Black Business USA sponsors, NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, 5-Star BDM, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA, and Genius is Common. And I will see you on the other side.